Welcome back. I'm back on Hyphonix's Minecraft server. Everybody here, for the most part, seems chill. There's no, anything that can get me banned anymore. I just figured I'd give you an update on what I've potentially been doing to the area. It's been quite fun so far. I have a neighbor now who made this very nice looking house. Today I fixed the stairs. I did not do this part though. He did that. He made stairs so we can climb up and down. Not supposed to happen to jump. I did the inside stairs. I made this path connected to everything. I even added in, somebody opened this area up, so I just smoothed it out, added in a trail, added in a crafting sign, a stairway that leads up to the wild, or you can come through the base. This path right here I made that leads all the way back to spawn. As soon as they leave spawn, they can follow the path, go to the wilderness, which I mean, when I have actual wood and all that, I don't have a sign. One says wilderness this way, one will say community center or something like that, or friendlies this way. And come on through. You follow the path. Boom, 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 boom. That leads there. This little, it's the mine shaft, but I stay there. I finished the roof today. Patched in a lot of holes that were left. So let's head on up. Somebody destroyed that stairway. I'll have to fix it. So up here, I got all this up to about here, and then I leveled it off. I added in a Q on the top with glass blocks because, that's all I had at the moment. Eventually, all of this will be glass, so during the daytime, light will still shine through. I went mining for sand while I did the path and all that. That's in a queue too. The top of that path leads up here to an end path that lets you run out into the wilderness. So you can essentially, if you make it out of spawn, you can just follow the path, go on through, go out that way, or go directly into the base. I did this because everybody was coming directly out of spawn, jumping across, coming in, and then just breaking a hole into the side of the building. This building has two entrances, one over there and now one over here. Hopefully this path leading here will stop the majority of people from just going straight across and breaking a hole into the side, and I don't have to patch that every single day I get on. Everybody on now, these particular people are nice for the most part. Hats is my, I guess you can say roommate now, or tenant. He lives in that building that you seen created over there. Pretty nice guy. Just said he didn't attack me or anything like that. I honestly didn't even know he was there because his name tag's so small. Yeah, he could have just straight up ganked me and took everything that I have, because I have all of my equipment and everything on me now. Because, if you put it down anywhere, somebody's probably going to take it from you. We had a guy who had raided. They literally killed his dog and everything. Said every time I get raided, they break and destroy as they just walk through just because they can. They'll literally take furnaces off the wall and take that with them because they can. I'm like, man, like, you done killed the man's dog, you done stole my furnace. Forgot he was up here. He seems to be a friendly spider, so we shall not bother him. Well, that's unfortunate. So now, with the little bit of glass I have, I'm going to essentially be doing a liner around the sides of all of this with a 1 block gap. Unfortunately, light rays and all that don't necessarily work in Minecraft, because I would love to have the sun shine through and then a Q be on the ground down there. Then I can just like carve a Q in and do a bunch of aesthetics things, but I don't think Minecraft does that type of thing. There's supposed to be a block here, yes? Oh no, that's the cut from the bottom. Okay. It doesn't matter if there's a block there or not. I wonder why that spider spawned up here. There's torches everywhere. Maybe I missed some on the sides. Yeah, that one. That one. Nice. Bad thing about glass is when it's broke, it's gone. So if anybody does come up here, they're gonna have a fun time vandalizing all of this glass. And it's not difficult, it's just tedious. Well, I broke it, so might as well replace it. It's just tedious getting glass. So you gotta go and you gotta get sand, then you gotta fire the sand in the furnace, which means you have to have either coal or wood or something like that. And it's just like, man, I'm dead. I'm dead. Charged respawn anchor? That's a thing now, huh? That might be why beds no longer do the thing. That probably makes sense, because I was playing earlier and I kept getting random items into my inventory, and I was like, is a mod following me or something like that, or what's going on? It was probably hats throwing me items, and I was none the wiser. I think I might have landed on some of his poppies. That's a weird statement or sentence that I'd never thought I'd. Okay. Never mind. No! Now I'm gonna be short. Ah, that's a pain. Nah, it's gotta be one out. We'll just fill it in like that. I would dual stream this to Twitch, because that's what I've been streaming to, is both here. But, I mean, it's Minecraft, and I'm not even doing anything that super important, so. Thank you. Not too worried about it. Like I said, it's gonna take a long time to build this because, well, one, I ain't been on in a couple of days, and two, every time I log off and Hyphonic streams and plays Minecraft and things like that, also the lurkers that play during the day when he's not on, and the new influx of people coming into the server, it's almost constantly getting griefed over and over. I mean, it's an anarchy server. Everybody understands that. But man, you know. I don't know. For those of you that watch the streams, this has come a long way. When I came to this, there was just one mountain and everything was essentially down to dirt. And I took the time to build all of this up, rather high, I must say. And then start designing it and things like that. So, not too shabby, not too shabby. I don't think there's anybody else left on the server that can actually move. So, this nighttime sleep. How do I... Yeah. I'm the only one that, Hey. Oh, I didn't even know I could, interesting. Also, what is this? Oh, this is the shrine is eventually going to be. Gotcha. Speed. Did this just happen? Or has this hole always been here? Deleting homes, I actually have no idea. Generally, the first place I wander to, I said home, and that becomes my whatever base for the base that I'm going to be working with. I have no idea how to set another home. And when it comes to playing Minecraft, if you don't know the answer, instead of replying back and making conversation, you just kind of stay quiet and let other people get, you know, that know what they're talking about, talk. It's very weird how Minecraft does that. Hey, does somebody know how to do this? And if nobody replies back to you, that means nobody in the server knows the answer to your question. Bad idea. It's because this area over here isn't roundabouts the same. Because my original was to leave this original mountain. So, how this land originally looked is this little mountain part right here to here. This little area from here to here exists. And then all of the rest of this was just flat to the ground. And I built up all of these walls, ceiling, entryway, all of that I built up. If you want to see it live and in action, it's actually one of the streams that I did. The first stream, I built the majority of this. The second stream, I ended up cutting short because, well, the N-word and a whole bunch of other things were being thrown around on server. So, you know, nowadays I get on, I chill for a little bit to see if people are actually gonna, you know, play and act right, or not. So I don't get banned off Twitch. YouTube understands that, hey, you can't control every single individual that is in a server. Twitch don't, though. They expect you to be in control of your stream at all times. It's like, if you want me to be in control, have a delay in the system in which if I press a emergency button, deletes, you know, 10 seconds or, you know, whatever that delay is. So if something happens, somebody shows their booty cheeks or says the N-word or something like that, I can just press the panic button, and that 30 seconds of that delay before it goes to the viewers can be deleted. That makes sense, having just pseudo panic button. Then I can't get mad at you if something happens in that 30 seconds and there's nothing I can do about it. And you might make it to where you can just set the panic button to, you know, whatever seconds of the stream that it's going to take and delete. If you want to play everything live, then make it to where I'll put something there. If you want to, you know, run your streams lives with 0 delay, then make it to where, you know, if something terrible happens live, you should have some sort of fail-safe to cover things up. Because if I press this panic button, it should make it to where, you know, people cannot clip the footage or anything like that. It should disable at least Twitch clipping. I mean, if they have the other clipping websites, it is what it is. But I mean, Twitch-wise, they should deactivate everything for X amount of time to where nobody can chat, nobody can clip, nobody can do anything for X amount of time when the panic button's hit, until the situation comes back under the streamer's control. Nowadays, they just throw you out there, and they're like, yep, good luck. Good luck streaming till we inevitably get you and ban you for something stupid that was out of your control. And it's like, bruh. Like, what do you want me to do? Well, I mean, I know what you want me to do, but it's impossible to do. That said, Twitch is decent for games and things like that, but honestly, if another streaming platform stayed just only for games and went through like Opera, GX's like gaming system setup where you have access to a whole bunch of other crap designed specifically for gamers, that's it. No other kind of content built for gamers, made for gamers, optimized for gamers. I think you could create the next generation streaming website and pull a lot of people over to that. I mean, Twitch is good where it's versatile and everything else, but it's really only known for... Jesus Christ, somebody really wanted to get in this way, huh? And I fell. But it's really only known for a couple of things. There we go. Alright. Teleport back inside. Nope, I didn't finish the line on the roof. Eventually, I want to get all kinds of dyed grass or glass and eventually make this place look good. But as of now, because everything's in anarchy and people are still fresh on the, well, I can't say people. Kids are, sure. Wait. How do I accept it? Well, he drowned anyways. It would have taken 10 seconds for him to teleport. What are you supposed to type here? TP. Oh, it's not TPA accept. It's TP accept. TP accept. Well, I am sorry, friend. I also just fucked up this entire portion of the roof. Just said I rarely play Minecraft multiplayer, so I'm not really aware on how that works. I always play Technic Launcher. I don't know what to do here. If I bring this up, it's gonna make the roof contour up look like crap. I can't put glass down. I guess it's just gonna be, yeah, just like that, you know. Looking at it like this, I was only a couple layers from center anyway. I don't know, in the future, I might continue to build this back up to the end. It's very, very close. But anyway, eventually, all of this is going to be glass, and I'm going to get dye. And dye the glass. Can I turn this? I can turn this to that. I don't remember how to make dye. Actually, I do. It's glass surrounded by dye, if I remember correctly. I go here and here. Wait, now I think it might be backwards. Oh. I should probably fill this in. You have shield. Not talking to me, is he? I do not have anything at the moment. I don't have armor. I don't have anything. Because every time I make armor, I have too good to use syndrome, and I end up getting absolutely clapped because of it. This is red glass, yes. Nice. So I thought about it and I was like, why would it be red dye surrounding one piece of glass? That sounds absolutely dumb. It would be the opposite way around. I needed 2 different sets. Because one part's gonna have to be red, one part's gonna have to be blue, or it's not gonna look like a Q. Red and green, I guess, Christmassy. You can do it that way too. I'm gonna need 3 sets, so the inside's gonna have to be like white, the outside's gonna be like blue and be like red, white in the middle, and then blue. Or something along those lines. I'm gonna go over to my friend's house. I think he has a oh. You need light, friend. You need light. I'm gonna throw some crap in this chest for him. You can have excess glass, part of torches, a chest that I'm never gonna use, and have 8 raw beef. And maybe a bow and some arrows, I don't know. Some glass. I won't grief your base, so you can go back to it, but I'm taking stuff. You are a very interesting type of raider. I'm not gonna grief your base, but I'm gonna take all the shit you have. Well, shots were fired. At least they kept it gentlemanlike. I should have just left. I'm dumb. I needed food though. Didn't ask for food, guy. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm glad that I didn't accept that TP from him, huh? He would have just straight up slaughtered me and stole all my food. know you can make mushroom soup with a bowl out of the different mushrooms, but that's about the extent of my knowledge there. Well met, well met. So it's very easy to find iron. I'm gonna go ahead and take this and then replace the stairs. Honestly, what I should do is create a trap, and by trap I mean a one-way set of staircases that is all made out of glass. So if I'm ever getting raided, I can run down this particular staircase, and raiders won't necessarily end me, and if they do try to follow me and end me, it's a glass staircase. I'm gonna spawn back up at the top of that glass staircase, so yeah, I can just start breaking steps, and then they are essentially at my mercy. I can use water or all kinds of other things, and the only way they can get out is if they dig. And as long as I pour water down the hole and it makes them move, I don't know if they could necessarily teleport. I'm not sure. Okay. Somebody came down here and they blew out all of the torches that were placed here previously. Oh yeah, that's that new rock. I could literally start mining and find diamonds at this level. I would have to strip mine for it, but I mean, it's guaranteed around this area. You basically find diamonds. I'm not really necessarily after diamonds, so I think I'm gonna go back up and go to the cave that's underneath of our place. And that's the thing about this community center. If they would leave us alone and let us get off our feet, we would have farms. We have a cave for mining, you know, we have an inside mining section which leads all the way down if you want to strip mine for diamonds and everything else. We would have furnaces, we would have all kinds of other things. But because it continuously gets grief, it's like, you know, why should I reward players for griefing me? Yes, thank you for destroying everything that I worked on. Here's free stuff. Like, no. I'm assuming, yeah, that's the way back up. This is something that they think goes to a dead end, but if you mine those the right way, you can actually, what the heck? I don't know what the challenge subspace bubble is. It's not an end challenge, is it? Not gonna lie, I'm kind of shocked that nobody hasn't speedran the Ender Dragon yet. So when we originally first came to this server, I thought about going straight for the stronghold where the Ender and all of that's at, and then making a base down there because, well, one, there's already bookcases and things like that set up. Two, you always know exactly where everything is. And three, most people don't attempt to go to the end or anything like that until they're super stacked. And if they're super, super stacked, they generally aren't going to have any need for any of the crap that you have laying around. Which, I mean, it's going to be hidden and all that anyways, but still. You can also oh god, hold the server hostage too and be like, hey, if you digheads try to raid me, I'm just going to destroy the ender portal, or the end portal. And nobody's going to be able to go till a mod gets on and repairs it. Period. Can't really do much about going to the nether, though. Which I know some people's probably already created houses at the nether. That's the one thing I don't recommend. I mean, it stops people from essentially raiding you from the start of the game. They have to have some sort of equipment to get into your base. And since it's the nether, you know, it's quick digging and you can easily flush one out. However, what happened? However, on the same note, you're in the nether. There's not a lot that you can do unless I miss something. I know there's other take a nap, biomes and things that they added to the nether. Which makes things different, but Jesus. It's not feasible to try and survive down there with that many basic equipment, is what I'm essentially saying. And then you also have to go back out and destroy the portal that you originally used to get in there. Build another portal some random place, and then if it lets you set home in the nether, do it that way. Because if it doesn't let you set home in the nether, then you're kind of screwed. I should stop dark mining. I should light things up so people can see what I'm doing. And just like that, I have enough for a full set of iron armor. It didn't take that long. It's why I don't understand why when people raid, they're like, oh, iron, I'm going to take this. I'm going to take coal. I'm going to take all this other stuff. And they be in like diamonds. And I'm like, bruh. If this was like Technic Launcher, you know, things like that, I would understand you actually taking the time to take iron, but it's not. My dude's doing the truffle shuffle on me. We'll do it out of glass. Dun 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 dun. I don't have a door. Well, you win this time, Mr. Skellington. Skeleton. I got what I came for the most part. I won't be able to get a sword or anything, but it be what it be and it do what it do. I want to know what this copper is for. Can I make a sword? Holy cow. Sword. I cannot make a copper sword. Can you wear it? You cannot wear it. Then what's the point? A lightning rod? Sure. I do have enough for a sword. I already have a couple in my inventory. Look at there. Since Mr. Looking for food everywhere keeps dying if he does work his way to the spawn and comes in. I mean, if he takes the food from that chest over there that I left for my neighbor, it's kind of whatever. Neighbor never knew it was there. But if he tries to kill me and take my food, then we're gonna have an issue. I already made pants, correct? Yeah. You all thought I was gonna do it, didn't you? It's no longer, is it not 27 for an entire set? Yo, there's a couple left over. Okay. Gotcha. That's done. That's done. Then we go here. Click on that. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Interesting. Yeah, I got full iron, just in case Scooby-Doo tries to come over here. I shouldn't have to equip myself, but you never know. The guy is desperate for food, even though he's died so many times and has gotten all of his health and food restocked. It's not that hard to just find sheep or anything like that along the way. I'll move them later on, but I'm very interested to see if I can see that strike. It probably won't rain, but you know. Here's to wishful thinking. Yep, there aren't any really decent recipes. I mean, the only other thing I really have on the agenda is going to look for dye and things like that. But I mean, I have bone meal on me. I can just, bone meal an area till flowers pop up. And then take those. There's white dye. And blue dye. Let's go. Hmm. Yeah, see, that's not how that's supposed to happen. That path leading up there is supposed to lead them away, not up to the top to where the temple is. But since it already does, I might as well just make a path that leads up, around, and into the temple. So if they do come in, they can just jump in from the top and then head on in. Which then will connect the path here, which leads to his home, mine, out that way, or back out. I really wanted to keep this mountain natural, but something tells me I'm going to have to shave off the majority of this so people don't just build up to it. I don't mind you visiting, but I mean, come on, man. There's a proper way to go about doing that. When I say temple, that area right here in this cut that I haven't filled in is going to be a temple. Very, very small temple. I guess a shrine would be more exact. It's going to be a shrine. That's going to be the very last thing I do if I get done doing everything else. That is. So we need white. And then we need blue. Please get that out of your hand, because if you mess around and place one, I might just cry. It's not unusual to see me cry. Or the other guy. I can do that like that. Eventually put a stairway or something there, to where you can just walk. I mean, I could have made the tower that big. Okay. Because I put those lightning rods down, I'm just going to fill this inside in with white glass. It's going to look like absolute crap. I'm aware of this. But I do not mind it. What is the day-night cycle on this server? Holy cow. It's gotta be like every 5 minutes. And I know nighttime is great to have in a Minecraft game. That's kind of where all the other wait. Oh yeah, I placed it afterwards. Where, the creepy crawlies come out at night. Was it blue? No! I mean, it's fine. Because eventually I am going to want to start setting traps and things like that. Like with glass stairs, you definitely want to make a blue bottom of them to make it look like there's water down there. And then either have one block of water you can survive and land in, or just make it all to where if you fall, you die. Not exactly a cube, but it is what it is. I kind of want to make these 4 just red, but, you know. Okay, so for the most part, oh yeah, I put glass down, but I never broke the blocks underneath it. So there is glass there connecting, and I just didn't take out the blocks underneath it, underneath the glass. Just that eventually this will have either glowstone incorporated with it, and all of this roof material will be changed to glass and other things, something of that nature. I don't know. I personally don't see this server going for for a super long amount of time. So we'll see. Anybody else? Nope. Well, I mean, chunks not loading in, that's going to happen occasionally on any big server. But the fact that you were having just straight up issues like that generally means that you're either from, like Europe or Australia or some way, way far away from the server. So I'm pretty sure the server's from Chicago or something like that, or in Chicago. Which is right by me, so I never, well, not never, I rarely, let's be accurate, I rarely experience lag. That's, yeah. I mean, I could probably, is it cheaper to just to make slabs or stairs? Because, I mean, I could literally, if it's slabs are easier, make slabs and save a lot of material. I'm going to put that there. Put that there. Move that. Put that there. Yeah, I'm going to have to redo that. That's fine. I think you were getting trolled, brother. Lag doesn't launch you 1,000 blocks into the sky like that. You, sir, are being trolled. And they're going to continue to troll you because you have no idea what's going on. You are a primary target. Then you're being vocal about it and giving feedback. Yes, sir. I just made a mistake. Yeah, I made a mistake. We can see, for the most part, your connection and all of that. You might be lagging, but you ain't lagging as much as what, like, Slimy and Bullskit. Your connection to the server's pretty strong. I believed you for the most part until you started talking about getting launched 1,000 feet into the sky. What have I done wrong? I've done nothing wrong. He's taking random damage while walking. Probably hungry. I can't. Will it change if I move it and replace it again? No. That one has to be there like that to get that to happen. I mean, I originally wasn't going to bring the stairs out as far as I did. This was going to be just regular, and then it was all going to go up and in. Let me teleport in. I will absolutely positively slaughter him. You should bring a bro and teleport me. I'm willing to lose all my stuff. You're not gonna let me come in and slaughter him? Come on, bro. Fine. Let him bully you. That's gonna be a pain to put down. Yeah. Get the easier ones to do first. Just putting stairs here is going to be a challenge. Bro. I mean, somebody, I guess, went gold mining. I don't know why they turned them into enchanted golden apples, but I guess that's an option. You were looking down, so we placed it all stupid-like. Alright. He was way too chill and giving up his stuff. And he's still complaining about food. Bro. Holy. Go hunting. Grow your own food. Weed is so easy to grow. And all of the stuff he grabbed before he left is now gone. Doom 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 doom. That'll work. I'll just break all the blocks later on. Don't. The beginning of a stairway to heaven. But a specific, beautiful kind of heaven. I was gonna make a mom joke. I decided not to. Mom jokes are old. I went to high school with a guy whose only comeback that he had was "your mom," and then he would laugh his absolute ass off after making a mom joke. Like, just lose it. And then he would start having coughing fits. Afterwards. But everything you say, he'd be like, "Your mom." He would tell a joke. It would always end with, "Your mom." How does this happen? We all were thinking the same thing. Bro, just farm. I need food, I need food, I need food. Then get food. I have wood. More people are starting to get on. It's about to get, he keeps coming to you. You're in his base. You're literally inside of the man's base. He keeps coming to me. No shit. I just don't get it, man. I've killed you 1,000 times. Why do you keep coming to me? Because you're in his base? I dislike everything. It won't let me. This guy is so full of shit. I called out that spawn's open and all that, and guys like, well, I don't have anything on me. And then it straight up turned to, oh, well, now it won't let me teleport to you. Like, yeah, because you were planning on teleporting to somebody's base and then raiding them. I know how that goes. Dude tried to do that to me earlier. Joke would have been on him. Oh yeah, I blocked the water. I staunched the flow of water. Something like that. Was a world before I was a man. Was a creature before I could stand. This is gonna connect with that other cave. I'm not wasting another iron pickaxe here. Oh, first instance of lag. Or was it with just the gravel was falling back in place? Yeah, I think it was just gravel falling back in place and I was being dumb. Like, I don't think people understand the whole point of running factions and bases and things like that to set up raids and actually have a good time with the server. The majority of people here literally just want to set up a base far away and then go in and specifically around spawn and raid places that are around that particular area. Or they try to scam like other dudes doing and try to get people to TP them over to themselves. Because even if you're not at your base, if somebody teleports to you, they now know the general area of where you're at. And if they're part of a particular group, they can easily find your base. Most people don't go that far from their base. If I say, hey bro, teleport me to you, and you're just out and about, I know now the general location of your base, and I can easily pop over to you, unless you're like far, far away. I wouldn't accept any teleports. And your average player does that. They go a little ways away, maybe like 200 blocks away, and then they accept the teleport thinking that they're safe. It's like it's not hard to just find a particular base, because bases generally stand out. And I'm not like standing out by like my base or anything like that. I mean that, holy crap, somebody already ate all the diamonds down here. Yeah, there ain't gonna be no diamonds here. Oh! They were very efficient at what they were doing. This is a strip mine operation, so at least they weren't cheating when they took everything. What the hell? Yeah, no. When John starts streaming, everything goes nutty. And that's when the real anarchy starts, so you have to get on during the day, when that's not too much of an issue to get anything done. It's essentially we're setting up bases, and then when the other people that play with John get on, we are defending our bases, which would be a very good server series, things like that, to keep it interesting. Plexus comes on, gives us, you know, food, basic, you know, mining accessories like an iron pick, iron armor, just a basic base building starting kit, maybe some blocks. We set up defenses, and then when Hyphonic gets on, everybody's gets into position, and then they get whatever the crap they can find, and then they raid us. And if they get a successful raid, you know, they can then either take over the base or, you know, they keep their spoils and go on to the next base. And it can become like a sort of base defense style game. Everybody can join in that. So what we have here now is just kind of like, it's not really anarchy because everybody's running away. True anarchy would be limiting us to a particular area, everybody just fending for themselves. I'd say there's a decent amount of people at some times, maybe 1,000 chunk radius. And I mean, that's a fairly large distance, but I mean, that's for if this server does blow up. If not, you know, decrease it severely. Because I mean, 1,000 chunks in radius is going to be way, way, way far out. That's unfortunate. Where is it? Bet you there's diamonds down there. I'm not messing with that though. Nice. Not so nice. Do I want to make another portal? That becomes the question here. So I can make a metal bucket, 2 metal buckets because you need lava and water, and I can make a leather portal the old-fashioned way instead of mining obsidian. That leads out to something. What? In the end, it didn't even matter. Wah, wah, wah. If you could find a horse, you would probably be able to find what you're looking for. But running around generally gets kind of, oof. Stairway up. Okay. I said that I thought this was strip mine, but I don't think, after further review, that this was actually strip mined. Starting to think that old buddy here, whoever mined this out, was X-raying. Because that is very interesting, the pathing that is starting to be led. I mean, this could be different people. A lot of people go through these mines. But whoever was doing this was specifically X-raying. Like, the pathing of this. Boom, boom, boom. Perfectly 2 things. Yeah, this is definitely X-rayed. Yeah. I can see where they picked up diamonds at, too. Which then leads here. And this is where they left at. Oh, it's the other side. Gotcha. Gotcha. So yeah, most if not all the diamonds from this particular area have been swooped. Should I build up iron and make a set of a second set? I have 23, so I guess the answer is probably yes. You are not a friendly spider. You're not a poisonous one, but you're not a friendly one either. My inventory's full, so again? Jesus Christ. Well, at least I still have my actual mine that's part of my thing. I mean, it connects to these if I mine a specific direction, but the little area I have is separate. Okay. I am 1 iron short from making everything. Alright, well, I have no other objectives for the day. I've done everything that I've needed to do. So, I mean, unless I want to bury everything that I've got, or hide it or something like that, there's really no point of it. I got seeds. This will free up an inventory slot. So I'm Senti. You are a destroy on sight target for me now. You cannot be trusted, and you're trying to lie, manipulate, and everything to get people to drop their guards and then take their crap. The way you play, I wouldn't be surprised if you wasn't part of Isolated Ducks Guild. That's the kind of things they do. And when the things don't work out for them, they go and cry to their guild mates, and their guild mates then raid and destroy everybody's work that they've done, because, well, they're juveniles. So, wouldn't be surprised if next time I get on, or later on, if I decide to get on when Hyphonics is on, if all of his crap's gone and he had to relocate. Because baby didn't get what he wants. Replant, baby, replant. I need 2 more saplings. I want to make a super tree. There's 1. Those are connected there, but these should be disappearing, yes? Game? They're not touching. Here's a sapling. Bring it over this way where I can actually see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, I can't bone meal a super tree up. It'll only do each and every one of those trees. It won't combine them. Boom, 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 boom. It's raining. These should be growing up quite fast on their own. I can't jump back up is the problem. Dun, 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 dun. That gives 18. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. There you go, friend. I don't need wheat, so I will leave all of that with you. We'll give you a crafting block. And some stairs. Can I make stairs out of this crap? Because it's very useless. I guess it's probably harder to break, so... This is the shrine itself. Do I want to add one more? I guess it can always stick. I'm gonna kill you with my pickaxe. Never mind. Let that turn back to grass. All the way down. Bang, 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 skeet, skeet. I can come up from either side. This motherfucker. Mm-mm-mm. That's mm-hmm. I gotta make another shovel because this guy is something else, ain't he? Jesus Christ. Jump. Jump it on. Just be on. And then push his ass in when he spawns in. I have no sympathy for you, sir. You have screwed so many people over. I'll drop this down. I need to cook this. I'm carrying it around, but it's useless to me raw as far as I know. I mean, I would like to take the time to actually set up redstone devices. Because, I mean, it's open to the community, but if I could just have this right here set to a switch that's like back there, you click it, you know, all that opens, then you can come back out, jump down in the mine. When you get done, bam. And it'd be a hidden mechanism, not just a switch you just come in and touch. It would be hidden. I don't think people would dig down this particular spot unless they've been here before. It's been years since I created hidden doors and things like that, but I mean, I still remember for the. Well, I need slime for sticky pistons. This is a test of trust. So I think you're a chill dude. See, the fact that he said wait. Uh-oh. You're starting to struggle bus it. Zoom, zoom. Oh, because I blocked it off. Had everything there for now. Full set. Iron here. And there you go. You're so... Oh, you're killing me. Just... There you go. Ow. Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. How far out are we? Jesus. And back on home we go. You had nothing on. He did have a shield, so he was prepared to defend himself, which is good. Don't get me wrong. I wish they had the mod that organizes everything. That would have been nice. Break that. Break that. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. And bang. Cool. And this is essentially what the community center is made for. If you need iron or something, which iron is as far as I'm going, but you know, wood, iron, things like that. And that's what's going to be set up. I might just set it up all right here. Boom, 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 and just have multiple chests with different things. I'm surprised. I'm mad. I'm telling you, boy, as soon as it hits nighttime, they are sleeping, boy. Grab the coal, of course. And throw all of this. I need another. Nah, I'll save one for myself. That's fine. There's also another stack of wood there. Two. Don't want to put it exactly by the door. Two. Go grab that sign. Why is there always one of those up my ass? Get out of here. You dropped me a bow. An already broken bow. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run back over to his house. Dun 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 dun. grab this bow. And then combine them together to create an even better bow. Slap that in there. Grab that back. Grab that chest back too, that's another double. Like that. Here. Community. Just everyone welcome to take. And then stacks of 16 wood across there. Some cobble, stack of redstone. And just a little bit of everything. Some food. Beds is one of the main things that you want everybody to have. Speaking of, is this still, whoops, is this still a thing? It is. Need to make a crafting station and put it down here too. It's a very dark sign, by the way. I'm not gonna make it colorful because I don't feel like looking at the codes and how to do that. I need wood to make bed. Or I just throw wool in like this and let them make their own damn beds. Bone meal. I mean, if you're desperate, rotten flesh. Lapis lazuli, I have no need for it. And dirt for repairing my goddamn walls if you break into them. One, two, three, four. There's a stack of 64 torches. Now what's going to be funny is somebody's going to think that they're raiding us. They're going to walk in through one of the sides. They're going to walk over here. They're going to take all the crap in this chest. Even though it says community chest, everyone welcome to take. And then they're going to brag about it, how they raided us and things like that. And it's going to be hilarious. I raided you. I'm superior. I'm like, Did you happen to read the sign that was next to it? Think it's there for people to take. If one person wants to be greedy and take it all, so be it. Don't bother me. Well, apparently super trees are not native to Minecraft. I thought they were. I know jungle trees generally are, but I don't know if that's vanilla Minecraft. I came out here for wood to make a sign, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. I want the sign to be lighter. And I'm going to take the darker sign back out there. on the path and just leave it for whatever purposes. Dun 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 dun. I ain't gonna lie though, I haven't really been paying attention to my surroundings, and I'm kind of surprised that I ain't been caught with my pants down. Well, I mean, I guess I have, but it was just a neighbor. Yeah. Community chess. Everyone snip. Everyone is welcome to take. Community friendly community friendly. Nah, I'll do that after. Base. I know somebody's gonna come in and be like, friendly on this server? No, and they're gonna be fucking dickheads about it. Wilderness. Craftway. Guns. And there you go. Just in case somebody wants logs for whatever reason, I'll leave those there too. Boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I've done so much. I've done so much. Boom. I suppose the next step is making another portal. I have decided that the nether portal shall be right here. And I'm only going to make it once. So if it gets broken by somebody, that is the end of that. Somebody else can repair it and relight it and do all that. I'm not going to take the time to do that again. So we'll see if the community will actually pay attention to things, or, you know, be scumbags about it. I'm going to enable it another portal. Dickheads run in, and why am I so far down for iron? If dickheads decide to run in and break things, then that's the end of that. Oh, he filled in all of this. This is a pseudo location I just dug out. So we are going to throw this down. Take this. Then throw this down. And get that started. I want to get rid of this stone pickaxe too, so let me just break this. It's dangerous saying when somebody's AFK on the server, because if they know where you are and they see that you've gone, you never know what could happen. Unless he's in the boat in the middle of nowhere. Oh, well, I mean, most of you have figured it out, but I'm on Hyphonics server. It's mc.hyphonics.gg, I think is what the server name is. So, there you go. MC as in Minecraft dot Hyphonics HYPHONIX .gg. Everybody's welcome, even people that aren't part of his particular community are welcome to the server. I mean, I've foreseen that coming. Nice. So now, I'm actually going to refill this back in. 2, 4, 5, 6. What the hell? Where did I just... How does that happen? Alright. Now. Is this where the... Yeah. I don't think I have any lava in here. I actually need to go out and go to the one underneath. Now that I think about it. I know I have water in there, but I don't have lava. Lava is one of the most important parts of this. Why am I going that way? I'm not even up to the top yet. They set me up for failure there. Ender pearls are good for PvP though. But, okay. Okay, game. I see how you are. Quit trying to get me clapped by an Enderman. I mean, there's water back there, so... You know what? Hang on, let me get to the water. Come on, Johnny. Good hit. I think I might have broken something. He was down to 1 or 2 hits, but so was I. And so was I. Here's the entrance I was looking for, by the way. I went in the wrong one. Okay. The bed can stay out. I do need whatever the heck I moved up. No, I kept my torches on my hotbar. What did I move up? Might pull the water. It's a water elevator. Definitely don't want to pull that. Yeah, I might look for water later on. I know where a lot of it is. Plus, it's all by the house. And pull 2 things of lava. Oh. Well. There is already another portal. Somebody was kind enough to already make one. So... a witch. You just ruined my entire plan, witch. Well, now I am semi-regretting not just grabbing some water before I walked in and making a water elevator. Just the person who made the nether portal, I don't know why they didn't make a water elevator down. They made one, they just didn't make the main one that they needed. How did he join the server with getting an upgrade? Who died in spawn with everything? And then he just left. Bucket? Bucket? No, no bucket. I looked at this early. Parkour, bro. Let's get out of here. Go grab some water. The search for lava. Well, not really a search. The quest for finding lava. That's why you missed, you weak. Yoitis. Yoitis. Oh! You know, water should wash the poison off. I'm just saying. Anyway. Ooh. No. No. Hmm. Indeed. At least I died in water. Oh, this is not the right one, correct? I need to go on the other one. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. I was in the right one. Yeah, I know where that leads. Oh! Yes. Here. There's the one water elevator that leads down. Man, my memory's crap. I'm running the path I ran before, but backwards. So this is gonna lead me back out. Well, it's two of us. Is it this one? I don't remember going downstairs to get to where. No. F. Same. This way. And then it was to the right. I am all kinds of confused. I thought it was to the right. It was not to the right. I don't feel like watching back my recording just to find the location of a portal. If the stuff, oh, there it is. Let's say if the stuff gets lost, it gets lost. It's not worth the, oh, Lord have mercy. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Well, that was an interesting experience. What I should have did is caught myself on fire with the lava and then picked it up at the last second, died again, and then re-picked up my stuff. But I mean, healing up's a lot faster nowadays in Minecraft, so it's all good in the hood. Cynthia's back. I'm gonna let him go ahead and try to complete his scams and things like that. I'm gonna log off for the day and call it. This is it. Minecraft.hyphonics.gg. You can hold up to 500 people. It supports apparently now Java and Bedrock 1.18. I had fun now that Dickhead wasn't on and breaking my crap and killing me every 2 seconds. And it was a decent stream. Let's see. The 500 people. It was a 2-hour stream and I played about half an hour before. So 2.5 hours I spent there, 2 hours of which I actually recorded. Things weren't too terrible. That is du hast. First, I'm going to rename the video. But yeah, I'm joined back in after a couple of days off. Met my neighbor and he was like, please don't grief. And I was like, I built this place. And he's like, what place? I was like, this place. Like this dire base. I built it. I'd be an SOB if I was to go ahead and grief it now. But I was also well in my rights if I decided to. Mine crafting, then DVD reviews. Let's see later. I'll just leave it like that. So the bank's up next. I like the bank. I mean, it can get repetitive and bored if you get lost. But if you don't get lost, I like the bank. I mean, I like the game, so I mean, it's not saying much. Okay. Original chapter, The Entity's Calling. By the way, I'm going to go over this. And then I'm going to catch back up on killer perk ideas with here, and I'll probably be done after that. I think I did the first, 2 pages of the initial thing, but, we'll go back through. Let me know what you think. This is one of the longer ones. I hope so. I have hope and faith in you, son. Please don't steer me wrong. The Entity's Calling by I. Lee Chips. Or I Leech IPs. LOL. 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 Let me know what you think. This one is one of the longer ones. This chapter features a new survivor and a new killer. This isn't no ordinary killer. The entity has plans this time. I understand the secrecy and things like that and not wanting to ruin it. But I mean, if you're gonna give an overview, you need to have, what the killer's purpose is or something. This would be good if you're teasing at the people, If he was to make his first statement saying, hey guys, I'm working on a concept that's coming, in the future. And he didn't include, everything that the killer does afterwards. These are the types of lines you want to use there to keep them kind of on edge, but not let them exactly know what's going on. When you're down to the actual concept, you need to write an overview. Well, you don't need to, but you should write an overview that explains the strengths of your killer and or weaknesses. So I don't have to ascertain what kind of killer and what kind of strategies and things like that myself. Because I generally can go over some things and other people be like, that's not how my killer was, supposed to be played. I made them an aggressive killer, and I'm like, well, from what I read, it looks like it would be better off camping. And then they're like, what? How do you get camping? And I'm like, hey, what? How do you get aggressive? And it ends up being us just looking at each other. I was in a mindset of, you left me open to decide it on my own, so that's what I decided. Versus you actually telling me. Alright. Killer, the puppet. Already done, I think, No, I've done 2. One was a voodoo, one was a puppeteer. I think I've done 2 already reviews on this particular concept. Last month, I've seen 5 throughout the total of when I was going back and looking at a couple of other concepts and browsing through, picking and choosing what I wanted to cover. I generally try and cover everything, but there's some concepts where I'm just like, no, absolutely not. So before I start these videos, I generally look through and I'm like, okay. Kind of memey, but I'll cover it. But there's some that I'm just like, absolutely not. No way. It's not worth the time, and I'll just click on it and get rid of the new. Behind the scenes logic, I'll get behind the new, so when I'm covering them, it looks like, it's already done by the time I get to it. Either way, puppet. Name forbidden. Why even incorporate name? Age unknown. For lore, okay. Height, cool. Speed, slow. Slow doesn't say anything. Slow to me means nurse's speed, or typically anything slower than 4.4 meters per second. Height, tall, speed, slow. Tear radius, 0. This is where you're gonna run into issues. Trying to have a killer that just is very slow but has absolutely 0 tear radius. You need to incorporate some way to knock this killer in and out of stealth, regardless of how slow they are. They could be unmoving, but you need to incorporate some way to do something. Tear radius can be heavily reduced, to where survivors only have a couple of seconds to react. But 0 tear radius, just all the time, doesn't work out. It's not good. It's not good design. Another problem you have is it takes away from the potential use of Insidious, which is made for, slower killers or camping or, stealth and things like that. Then you have the undetectable status effect and cloaking effects and a whole bunch of endgame mechanics that already exist to keep you stealth. Of course, they're going to start with killer perks. Everybody does that nowadays. They follow the actual game format instead of a presentation format. I understand you're wanting to follow the game word for word, term for term, things like that. But you gotta understand that template is for things already being incorporated into the game. Things that have passed that line. There's already gotten the check mark. When it comes to promoting a particular killer, it's all about how the killer works. Because even if the perks are just god-awful, as long as the killer concept is good, they can use that and then they can create other perks around that. You're trying to pitch your killer and Survivor, it's only perks. But you're trying to pitch your killer idea to get them interested in it. Pitch the killer power first. Make it good, make it strong, make it powerful, make it all people. Don't push out perks first. Because you give all of the information about the killer and then you go off the killer and go to perks. Perks work for all kinds of killers. I could put pig up here and then in place of your killer and then put the perks and stuff first and then go off the pig. It's not as strong. Bring the powers out first. But killer perks split apart, and now I'm going to have to look at these particular perks and associate it with like a trapper or just a base killer with no powers or essentially nothing that does anything. So I guess I can't even associate it with Trap because he actually does have traps and usage and things like this. So I'm essentially associating these perks with a killer that I don't even know about. Only thing I know is it's going to be a slower regular killer with no tear radius. No power, no nothing. Just slow and no tear radius. And then I'm supposed to apply these perks onto that particular killer. So what's going to end up happening is, if I want to be accurate, I'm going to have to go through perks to get an idea of whatever perks you are, do them for them, go to the power, learn about your killer, and then revisit the perks again. When I could have just done this information, went to your actual killer, went to the perks, talked about the perks being compared with the power and everything else, and then sending it down to the survivor and continuing along my way in one big flush. But now, because the power is not first, one, I'm not getting the impact of this killer. I'm just sitting here picturing like a default just walking around type of puppet that has no tear radius and is slow as molasses. Nothing to go off of with these perks to see if they're actually good for the killer or anything. So you've completely separated my mindset when it comes between perks and killers. I'm going to review your perks as to what they are and if they're good for the game, but not necessarily if they're good for their killer. So you're missing out on a lot of advice that I could have given you because of this format. But split apart, kicking your first generator or regressing. Kicking your first generator or regressing highlights it yellow. The next gen you kick, the distance between them, survivors who are between suffer the blindness effect for 20 seconds and are 15% slower, and repairing speed and sabotage for 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, this perk has a 60-second cooldown. How do you go from 180 seconds to 60 seconds and that being your scaling? On top of having the scaling of 5, 10, and 15% slower. Stop double scaling, people. This perk does not activate if you use forced regression or kick effect perks, but does it to however many are affected. Experience, not example. Oppression, surge, etc. Slow and steady, blind and fast, note 90. What are you making me read? So, you kick a generator, and when you walk to another generator, you're essentially creating this invisible chain that goes between the generators. And any survivors that are in between those two generators that you've kicked get blindness effect for 20 seconds and are 15% slower for 20 seconds. The perk then has a cooldown of 60 seconds. The perk does not activate if you use force regression perks or kick effect perks, but does, I don't know what does it to however many are affected. I don't know what that is. One, this entire thing, I mean, I can tell it's probably not your first language, or you're a kid, either or, who knows. But I can tell it's either not your first language, or at least you don't know the language well. All of this can be shortened. For one, short and sweet. Two, you don't want to double scale perks. You want to stick with this, or you want to stick with this. Well, this don't make any sense. You want to stick with this. The 5, 10, and 15% slower. Now, I'm going to give you an example of how to shorten this. This perk does not activate if you use force regression or kick effect perks. One, all of this is already defined by game. Anything that involves regression, aka ruin, things like that, you can no longer kick the generator. You cannot kick generators that are already regressing. Ruin-wise, things like that. You can't interact with them. So saying this perk does not activate if you used forced regression or kick effect perks or things like that. You can short it out by taking the forced regression out, and you can remove the kick effect perks, because if somebody is using like the doctor's overcharge or anything like that, it's going to activate regardless. You can try and make it stop, but why would you want to stop your other perks from interacting with this? Why would you stop the stackable effects you can have from, the generator giving you the undetectable status effect via Pyramid Head's perks, or the overcharge with the tremendously difficult skill check from Doctor? You don't want to stop it from, being able to be comboed with other perks. So you can take this entire line out. Boom, 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 boom. You can take out the example, and half of that's gone already. You can take out after 20 seconds, this perk has a 60-second cooldown. Just add 20 seconds to whatever cooldown you have if you want to make it after the perk activates. As soon as the perk activates, it goes on cooldown. After the 20 seconds, this perk has a 60-second cooldown. Just make it an 80-second cooldown, and then remove all of this extra flavor text that you don't need, like all of this. And you keep mentioning 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. You don't need to say that many times. So essentially, kicking a generator creates an invisible chain. When you are kicking one generator, or the first generator, because I guess I don't know. When you say first gen, I don't know if this is it's the gen the first time you kick it, it happens and it doesn't happen again. But I'm going to assume that this is a perk that's made to be used multiple times. So I'm going to try to simplify this. Kicking a generator creates an invisible chain between you and the generator. Once you kick a second generator, that chain then activates, and any survivors that is in between the chain, that particular area being whatever meters it is, which needs to be defined, are afflicted with a 15% slower repair and sabotage speed and blindness effect for 20 seconds. There is a, 80-second cooldown. And that's essentially summarizing what all of this says and getting rid of all the extra flavor text and explanations that are part of this. Most people under explain everything. This is over explained. And you can take what I just said and shorten that down even more. You do need a radius, because it just says in between, the distance in between the kick generators. You need to have a radius attached to this particular chain effect. 15% slower, that's going to be, what did I say, 0.6 slower, I think is what I got. So survivors would be moving at 3.4 speed, which is like 1.2 meters per second slower for 20 seconds. As long as it doesn't show the survivors or anything like that, that's completely fine. Blindness effect, completely fine. Gen speed, completely fine. The entire perk, I can get behind. Sounds good. I would get rid of the double scaling, just leave it with a 60, second cooldown. But yeah, if behavior wants to adapt it, they will. I mean, I would include it into the game because it's unique and different. I mean, it may not be used by many people, but I mean, it's good. It just needs to be simplified and explained a little bit more. Not bad. I've spent the last 3 days just kind of getting disappointed over people not bringing out good perks that are unique or anything like that, and this is a good one. Deep calling. Killing a survivor on hook or by hand blocks all pallets and windows for 35 seconds in a 30-meter radius, revealing other allies for 7 seconds. There's only one killer. So what I think they're trying to say is, when a survivor dies or gets sacrificed, is killed or sacrificed, all pallets and windows within a 30-meter radius gets blocked for 30 seconds. And all survivors are revealed for 7 seconds. Gotcha. So the problem I have with this is the revealing of other survivors is a really, really buffed up barbecue and chili, but it only happens on survivor's death, so it has a nerf built in with it. And then the blocking of, well, windows and things like that is claustrophobia. And then it just blocks pallets because of the end of it. I don't know, does claustrophobia block pallets? I think it might block pallets and windows. I know it blocks 2 things. But essentially you get claustrophobia and then a buffed but then nerfed barbecue and chili every time a survivor dies on hook. I'm gonna bring in the classic example because it's the best thing, is a Bubba. Hook camping Bubba. He knocks somebody down, he then camps away till somebody goes to save them, he then knocks that person down. If he gets 2 people on a hook, that little time difference that happens when the first person dies, he's going to know where the other people are, the other 2 people are, for 7 seconds. He can then run over and immediately tunnel that person because he has the speed in 7 whole seconds. Takes that person down. Second person dies. The other person's either going to have, well, he's either going to get the unhook or the second person's going to die. He's going to be revealed. Bubba knows where he's at. He has 7 seconds. He's going to run back over there, take that survivor down. Any type of speed killer or any type of killer that has a 1-hit down, or it can give you the broken status effect or something like this, are going to get a lot of value out of this because it's a lot of perks that have already been balanced, unbalanced, and thrown together. So deep calling, I'd say needs to go back to the drawing board and change to do something else. But it was a pretty good attempt. I mean, I like the fact that it's once a survivor dies, all pallets and windows are blocked. I mean, Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Work came up. Um, I mean, I'm doing a short review, so I might as well finish what I'm doing here and then switch over. I do apologize. I don't think I was gone that long, maybe like 10 minutes. Either way, I was talking about deep calling and how that needed to go back to the drawing board. Alright. Whoop! Hex, redeem. Or mix up. Wait, what? Mix up, hex, redeem. Is the hex name redeem? Or is the hex name mix up? Mix up perks are 3-in-1 that are changeable but level up together. You literally just added in things like hex, pentimento, and things like that that are defined with different tiers of things, and then said, I'm gonna add in perks to where you can just change things to do this or that or all of that other things. I mean, I can agree with it to an extent. To have a general, to be able to decide particular perks and the strength of those particular perks or what they do based on the specific things that you set. So for example, if I wanted to have you, if you click on hit and you want to apply the expose status effect, you would have less of exposed duration than if you said on hook expose. And then the more you, and I know that expose being on hit doesn't make sense, it's just an example. And to have a tweakable perk to where you can decide, different things like that to customize them. This is going to be a revolutionary system for behavior. The majority of their perks would be incorporated into one system as opposed to having to select different perks. So you could just walk in and say, on hit, you can get a barbecue and chili style effect, but it only lasts for a second. Or you can do on hook, you get barbecue and chili effect for 4 seconds. Or if you adjusted the meters to farther out, farther out where people are safer, you can get more seconds of aura read time. Or if you adjusted it further in, you get less aura read time. And then enable you to essentially tune the perk to how you want it. But that would require an entire rework of the perk system. And you could essentially run any perk. If you wanted to run Ruin, and let's say the doctor's, once he kicks the generator, making that Gen trigger effect, overcharge, that's what it's called, the overcharge effect that gives you the difficult skill check. Instead of kicking a generator to get that particular perk effect, you can make it on hit, survivor gets extra skill check, because I mean it's something that's going to happen often. It's not going to be a tremendously difficult, it's going to be like just a regular extra skill check that comes randomly. And you can just tweak values so you can use every perk that you want to use by giving NOAD a time limit instead of it lasting for the rest of the match or till the hex is taken out. Maybe you can activate NOAD when 4 generators are completed, but it only lasts for like 30 to 60 seconds. So it's like a haunted ground activation that happens on the 4th generator completion. You know? Or maybe you get the NOAD activation for 10 seconds and you run it with Nemesis's perk at the beginning of the match as soon as it starts. And you can just immediately, well, if you find somebody within 10 seconds and hit them, boom, get an instant down at the beginning of the game or something. Same with Rancor. Instead of waiting till the end of the game and being able to kill your obsession, tweaking that and being able to kill your obsession when 4 generators are done, but you only have 60 seconds to do it. You know, the ability to just mix match and find different systems. This person's a genius. English might not necessarily be their first language, but they are an actual genius. And running something like this would revolutionize the entirety of Dead by Daylight's perk system. There will be no more loss of, you can't run sprint burst and dead hard. There'll be no more one perk blocking another perk. You can run all the perks together. You can get whatever build you want. Then you can expand upon that and you can select, like this guy is saying, different status effects and different, things, and mix them in and rather strengthen perks that you think are weak or change perks that you don't necessarily like into a type of perk that you actually would like. Like, this idea is so genius, and it's just part of just a random post from somebody trying to push their killer. I kind of regret live streaming this, and I might go back and make a particular video, not on the concept, but on that particular idea, and try to expand upon it. This is the next step. Well, I don't know of this in particular, but the idea that he's thrown out, that is the next step for Dead by Daylight. Whether they're making a new game that's, Dead by Daylight 2, or a game that's sort of like it, or anything like this. This is the next step. Which kind of makes me wonder if this guy is a developer, low-key throwing this idea out to see what the community would think. It makes me wonder. This guy's a genius. An absolute genius. I wish I was more popular and had a line in with behavior. I would literally send this concept through and actually have them, look and think about it, because it makes so much sense. So many people are complaining about the perk systems and the game feeling survivor-sided and killer-sided and not being able to do this and that, and the creation forum, I always complain about people trying to take the same effects of different perks and then just mix them all up and then trying to change this and getting rid of that and that. But what if it was actually possible, but it remained balanced for the actual situation? Freaking genius, dude. But let's see what they put. You can choose which one you want. Leveling up increases how many you can use at one, which I mean tiering up the actual perk. One effect, effects of choice. So one you want, you get 2, you get 3. Different tiers. You have a specific taste in your work. At the start of trials, survivors suffer from, you can either get blindness, you can get hemorrhaged, or you can get oblivious. This refreshes after you hit a survivor. Every time you hit a survivor, you'll get... Well, every time you hit a survivor, which is one of the 3 triggers, or at the start of survivors, or at the start of trials, survivors suffer from, etc., etc. It's just expanding upon the big brain idea. Like I was saying, at the start of the trial, you can have give the particular killer no ad. It's just not going to last for a long time. And then if you want to go the extra mile, you can add tier systems to that and make it to where it has to level up, or you can level up individual things like this to expand upon that system. So let's say you wanted the no ad effect at the beginning of a game. Since it's in its tier 1, you'll get 3 seconds. As you tier no ad up, the particular perk up, and the more you use it, it levels up to being, 4 seconds. Levels up again, and ends up being 5 seconds. So you essentially then have a full powered no ad, or if you keep using it, depending on how far behavior wants to take the level up system on individual perks or individual status effects, if you use them all the time, you can make the status effects better. So it's not just general. Then it gives you the motivation to play the game more, to keep expanding upon your favorite status effects or ones you think are weak, and you keep building them up, building them up, building them up, building them up. The only issue you're going to have is everything's going to start nerfed for survivors and killers if you want to incorporate a system for survivors too. Both sides, by base, are going to be weak. They're going to be less than what they're used to having. The exhausted status effects, things like that. Dead Heart's going to take, 60 seconds instead of 45. It could even be worse. It could take, up to 100 seconds if they expand the level up system to like level 10. And as you use perks that involve the exhaustive effect, or as you use Dead Hard as a key term in your customizable perk, it'll level up and it'll become better and better and better and better until you get like, a fully leveled up, which then they can change the name to the Ultimate Dead Hard, once it's at max, Ultimate Dead Hard. And it has, it's whatever buffed up effects. And that would extend gameplay out for a lot more years. Like a lot more years. So if they ever fall behind in creating their actual game, incorporating this is going to take a lot of programming, don't get me wrong. But for 6 months worth of programming, coding, and incorporating this system into the game and rewriting things, you might be able to extend your game out for another 1 to 2 years. And that's development time to where you don't really have to put much effort into the game. It's brilliant. Now let's get to the power and the abilities. Again, if he would have put all of this first and then he would have hit me with those perks, I would have been thrown off my feet. Even if the power and abilities absolutely suck, these perks would have pulled me back in. But now, he has to top this brilliant new system that could be incorporated into the game. As a matter of fact, I'm so tempted by this particular mechanic of the game. I'm thinking about crediting this guy and adding this to the description of all of my streams. Not only pulling out the alternative killer system, but coming out with a full alternative chapter. It gives you alternative killers in an alternative way to where perks are implemented into the game. Now you've changed killers. You've changed different alternative survivors. If you want to go that way and use alternative survivors. I use that term loosely because adding a survivor in isn't the same as adding in another killer. You can add in just more perks. It's kind of meh. But it adds in a customizable way for perks, alternative way to use perks in an alternative killer. It's two different systems that really together really freaking just like buff things up and make that just the bee's knees. Unfortunately, nobody's ever gonna watch this stream. Nobody's ever gonna get here and be like, this guy's a freaking genius. He posted this December 1st. It's already the 4th. I mean, he's gotten a little bit of feedback, but it's not, I don't think anybody's gonna be able to appreciate this. I don't even want to go over the powers and all of that now, because something tells me I'm going to be disappointed by the end of it. But I have to, because, you know, it's only right. Power. Power 1, ability Parting Gift. Gain the ability to block gens, walls, pallets, or totems. Blocking lasts 25 seconds. I'm gonna give it a chance and continue reading. You must hit a survivor to gain back a charge. Easy. Start the trial with 2 charges and 2 max. 2 max charges. While a gen is blocked, your tear radius is increased by 25 meters and gain haste boost of 7%. All gens progress 20% slower for a duration. That is all positives for my doctor build. I can block a generator. I can make my tear radius get bigger, which means the static blast is going to hit essentially everybody at this point. Huge tear radius. I'm going to get a 7% boost of speed, and I'm going to get a gen progressing at 20% slower rate, which is essentially ruin if you break it down. Ruin, 20%, that's a fifth. I think I ended up saying it was like 17.5 seconds or something like that. So it's a little bit less efficient. It's like 2.5 seconds less than Ruin. Ruin's 25% efficient on a generator that's not being worked on. This is 20% reduction in all generators as they're being worked on. But it's generally the same as Ruin. It's like a kindred spirit to Ruin. So I'm gonna get a bigger tear radius. So with my static blast, I'm going to be able to know where everybody is on the map. Amazing for me in my doctor build. I'm going to get a haste status or haste boost. So if I walk to a generator where survivors are working on, I'm just going to activate this perk. And oh, it's not a perk, it's a power. Never mind. I was all happy. I'm still thinking about perks from up top. Rewind. Any perks that are affected by killer tear radius benefits from this. Like infectious fright, which is the same thing. It's the same as the doctor effect. I'm going along the same line that I stayed on. It just changes the doctor's blast to infectious fright. Infectious fright, anybody within your tear radius, when you put a survivor into a dying state, it makes them scream. So if I activate this on a generator and then knock a survivor down, everybody on the map's going to scream and you're going to see their auras revealed for 4 seconds. Same premise. There are a lot of tear radius activated perks, so all of those perks become essentially map wide, unless it's like Yamioka Steak, which is like huge. Maybe Macmillan. I mean, it is a larger map too. But unless it's like a huge map, it's going to hit every survivor. So all of those perks that you can think of activated by tear radius, you can use those. It's ridiculous. Plus the haste boost. you're looking at 10% is 0.46 speed. So you're going to be moving at like, I don't know, 4.8-ish, give or take, meters per second, which is very significant. I mean, NOAD gives you like, what, 3-4%, 5%, something like that. And that's a significant speed boost to catch people at the end. Like, that's generally more than enough. Now, it says a haste boost. Haste boost and speed boost, or movement speed boost, are two different things. By the way, if you didn't know that, haste speed and movement speed boost, different. And then Jin's progress 20% slower, which essentially ruin. But wait, there's more. If you block a wall or a pallet, I'm guessing the breakable doors or pallets. Oh, I guess it's a breakable wall, but you know what I mean. You gain a 20% stun and blind resist and a 15% breaking action. Why would you want to break or block breakable walls? Survivors cannot activate or do anything to breakable walls. That one don't make any sense to me. Also, on the concept of that, why isn't there a perk or have like a jock or a football guy or something like that, or David King or something? Why not give a survivor a perk ability to break through breakable doors and things like that? You know how happy I'd be on Midwich to be able to go into that bathroom, break those walls out, and access the top floor, as opposed to trying to bait the killer to do it. But there's no point in blocking breakable walls because survivors can't interact with it. The only time you're going to get stunned or have to worry about blinding is strictly on pallets. So I would take the wall out of that and just make it on pallets. Unless you're trying to pregame a pallet by hitting a breakable wall with this said ability and then running and getting and dealing with pallets, but I mean, that don't make any sense. Blocking a totem reduces cleansing of all other totems and by 50 or healing by 50%. That don't make any sense to me. You block a totem and then for 25 seconds healing's reduced by 50%. That's so weak. And it don't make sense being on a totem wise. I understand the cleansing and blessing and all of that, but why not just make it to where any survivors going near said totem or any totem are revealed to you or something like that to make that stronger? I mean, you can leave it at 50% health duration, but I mean, it's very odd. Because let's say, well, if you find a totem that you want to keep going back to, you can use 2 charges on that particular totem, and then after you hit a survivor, you have to run over to that totem and then use it again. Then hit a survivor and then use it again. I mean, if you're chasing survivor and you run by a totem, you know, bam, hit it. But I mean, you'd most likely want to use it on pallets and things like that. So I don't see the real use on just the particular totem part. I would make it do something that where you can increase pressure on survivors or at least slow them down. Charges refresh automatically after 50 seconds. I do not agree with that. You either make it gain charges back on hit, or you make it automatically with a cooldown after 50 seconds. Don't do both. Now, if you are adamant about this, that's what add-ons are for. Add-ons can remove this and make this happen. Or if it's an iridescent add-on, then you can have the particulars of both of those. But by base, no. Absolutely not. You don't want both of those. It's not good balancing. Ability 2, Growing Blight. You can switch between abilities by pressing the active button. This ability is just about essentially blessing or cursing objects. I'm just going to say cursing because it's easier for me. This is essentially just about cursing objects. You don't need to switch powers when you have different buttons that you can press. Start the child with 3 charges. Recharges only if bud is destroyed. Consuming 1 charge to place a bud on the ground that evolves into a blight bloom at bud stage. See, yeah, this is just planting something. Make this the actual power button. Make this the secondary power button. Or vice versa. Whichever one you see yourself or your killer using most often and actually being considered a power. This is the puppeteer, right? Yeah, the or just the puppet. Puppet wise, I guess this would be more puppety. It would have to be like strings or something like that to, you know, control it. But, I mean, this can technically be a puppet as well. But now that I think about it, why are we talking about plants and curses and things like that when it comes to the killer being a puppet? I'm really confused. Is there a killer concept out there that already exists? Or not a killer, a mainstream killer that exists? Am I missing something? I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think of. Either way, you consume a charge to place a bud on the ground that evolves into a blight bloom. At the bud stage, it's easily destroyable. Survivors can just squash it. After 30 seconds, growth stage evolves and survivors who enter its radius receive the oblivious effect, whatever the radius is. In full stage, it spews out puddles of blight that notifies the puppet when triggered and gives the mangled an oblivious effect until injured, healed, or cleansed. We already know that it gives the oblivious status effect. That's already assumed in stage 2. Mangled from blight puddles. I don't understand how that's going to happen because you're stepping in a puddle. But okay. Until injured, healed, or the bud is cleansed. Passive Fading Memory. This ability activates automatically when a survivor is injured. Any auras revealed to them now show as random. For example, if you run Claudette's perk and see a teammate, if injured, you may see the killer instead and run away from them. Oh, it's an illusion perk. Okay. Gotcha. So what Passive Fading Memory is if you're running any type of aura reading perk, it changes up what you're seeing into something else. So if you're looking at gens, you could see the gen as a totem. You can see the killer as a survivor, and you could be like, well, aura-wise, it'd be like, oh, I got a survivor friend coming. Then a killer come around the corner and then slap the crap out of you, you know. Gotcha. I was expecting the killer being called the puppet, and then happened to do with the entity, you know, controlling said puppet, that it was going to be like the evil entity itself or something underneath the entity, like a puppeteer controlling a puppet, and then the puppet goes and does things, or whatever puppets do. Or it was going to be like voodoo related. because they're talking about chains and scratches of the entity along its cloth and arms, completely faceless with hands dripping of blood. On the back of its suits are random tones and story chapters of previous riffs and lore. It's literally a puppet. So, I ain't understanding where the entity has an influence here and where the actual puppet and his ability has any influence here. The trapper traps. The saw pig uses reverse bear traps from Saw. The huntress hunts with hatchets. Kind of weird, but she does hunt you with hatchets and, an axe. The trickster, K-pop star, all of that, him and his bat, which he was doing bad things with, that's what he brought to the game, or to the table. The twins are bonded to each other. The spirit uses the spirit realm, and she fades and things like that as spirit does. Then you get to the puppet who plants seeds. And then curses things. The curse part, it's kind of reaching, but it is through the entity. So I can understand the curse portion of all of that. But the glowing of the blight seeds and things like that, I don't know. Because it'll probably be pestula bulbs. I don't know. That just feels like it's reaching. I mean, it's more like the Blight's territory and things like that, and that's how he's connected to entity and things, but the fact that he can plant them, especially if you know the lore of the bulbs, and went through all of the tomes and lore and things like that, that's not exactly cash money correct. I don't know. The power itself, I mean, I like the cursing and all of that, and the extent and how, they're trying to do something with it. I would change a couple of things, and that wouldn't be that bad. The bulb effect and things like that, it needs to be... It's going to take a lot of time to define what you want us to envision from this, because what I'm envisioning is very lackluster and doesn't do much. 3 particular reasons why it's lackluster and doesn't do much. 1, since it's a fairly big bulb that goes on the ground, or since it's a placeable object, let me just start there. Since it's a placeable object, that means that you're not going to be able to place it in key areas that you'd like. Like, you can't place it near totems, you can't place it near generators, you can't place it in a lot of areas because of placing things, etc., etc. Plus it grows to be bigger, so it's hitbox, and then you have the sort of grace area around each object to keep it from essentially just blocking survivors or doing anything like that. So placement's going to be a huge issue. So you ain't going to be able to place it next to generators, or not directly next to windows and things like that. They're going to have to place a little bit of a distance away, because survivors need to get through and be able to run and do their other survivor-y things, which knocks out a lot of area where you can place these bulbs, making them useful. For example, if you wanted to be able to place the bulb in Kill Shack, If the generator's there, you can no longer place bulb there. If the generator's not there and it's just open floor, you might be able to place something there. But if you do place something there, survivors ain't going to go that way because, well, there's going to be goop everywhere. The particular goop only notifies the puppet where the survivor is going through, and, well, because of the way everything is set up, behavior-wise, if they're crouching through it, it's probably not going to do anything to them, only if they're running through it. Thus, running through a puddle, the puddle splashes on you, and then you're hurt. So crouching through it's probably not going to cause any type of negative effects, just running through it. And that's all it gives you is mangled, and you always get the oblivious regardless. It's just adding in the mangled effect. There's nothing that it does that makes me think, man, this is a very good ability. It's just so meh. So you're essentially just going to be cursing things the majority of the day. This is where you're probably going to get the most of your power. You curse some crap, which, I mean, for the most part, it's literally just going to be generators that you're cursing, because there's no point to curse a pallet unless the survivor's going for like a god pallet. But I mean, cursing, which I mean is blocking, just here, I'm just adding in the terminology cursing to make things easier to explain. Cursing a pallet gives you 20% stunned and blind resist, and 15% and breaking actions. If I curse said pallet, the pallet's not going to be able to be pulled down, and thus you're probably not going to get any type of longevity. It also says for duration seconds. It doesn't say how long it lasts, so I don't know. I mean, I can assume that it's going to be 25 seconds because that's the only number that I see thrown out there. It's 25 seconds because of the blocking is lasting 25 seconds. But how long does this actual duration of this blocking, stun resist, and all of that? I guess let's just go 25 seconds. While wall or pallet are blocking, 20% stun or blind resist and 15% breaking action for duration seconds. I'm thinking duration of blank or whatever seconds. I'm thinking a number is missing here. But let's say for 25 seconds, you're going to get that buff. One, the pallet that you curse, which is generally going to be one that the survivor's running after, unless you're really pre-gaming it, and you curse a pallet they've already passed, and then chase them to other pallets to get that increased braking speed. But I mean, by this time, 15% ain't really that great. You get 1.5 speed by using Unrelenting... No, it's not Unrelenting Force, it's the other one. Whatever the pallet breaking thing is, it makes you break pallets in 1.5 seconds. And that's at 30%. So, I mean, you're still going to be looking at a significant amount of time. So it doesn't make doing this on pallets really effective. Just like blocking a totem, unless you're chasing a particular survivor, or after a survivor that's trying to heal, I should say. Blocking a totem doesn't seem really logical. So generators is probably going to be the thing that everybody does. They're going to hit a gen, chase a survivor. Go to a gen, hit it, chase a survivor. Also, it says nothing about not being able to block already completed generators. So if a survivor is running by a completed generator, you can curse that generator and still get the boost. And anything besides generators is, it's just to view it as pointless, or not pointless, but severely less efficient. is what I should say. Pointless is a terrible word to use, and a perk that I actually like. I like the implementation, but I think the things that you get can be better used. If you take your time in doing this, it's already going to be amazing. Then you have add-ons, things like that. And we get to... excuse me. I just caught this out of my peripherals. Blight bloom began in growth phase and now spread outwards, creating new blight blooms. Doesn't stop. You can only have one charge and one use. So it's just an infinite line of blight blooms everywhere until you either get to an area where it can't spread anymore, etc., etc. Survivor, Wayne Greed. Boon, quiet as a mouse. Pressing me, oh, it's going to give me the boon token on that. Blah, blah, blah. Vault speed is increased by 20%. All vaulting, wait, what? What? Vault speed is increased by 20%. All vaulting failed skill checks and sprinting and whispers are silent from killer. Oh, brother. I usually don't harp about grammar, but in that case, you need to put either words or commas in between that, because I was like, vaulting failed skill checks and sprinting, like, what? Okay, so all I don't even know how you can even structure this sentence to get rid of any type of misunderstandings. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grammar Nazi you here, and you're gonna need to add in some commas, because that looks all vaulting failed skill checks, then and sprinting and whispers are silent from killer. The first thing I thought was you don't get skill checks with vaulting, but it's actually mixed. Vaulting, comma, failed skill checks, comma, sprinting, comma, and whispers are silent from killer. So you're essentially a ninja. That's all you really gotta say. When you're in the radius of this particular boom, you are completely silent. That's how you gotta put. You ain't gotta explain anything. You ain't gotta do anything like that. Scaling, make it 80 or like, I don't know, 30%, 70%, then 100%. That's your scaling. The wages are heard 30% less, 70% less, 100% less. To where anybody that runs in there, they don't make sound. Nothing. Ninja. Rock bottom. Feels like that's where I'm at right now. My brain. Oh, my brain. Getting hit grants the endurance effect to other survivors in a 10, 20, 30 meter radius for 10 seconds. Then you had to add in you can pick yourself up from dying state. Why'd you have to add that in, man? Why'd you have to add that in? Also, only issue I have, well, the couple of issues I have, there's three main ones. One, you can pick yourself up from the dying state, should be removed from this perk altogether. Just take it out. Getting hit grants effect to other injured survivors in a 30 meter radius for 10 seconds. Second problem that I have is the duration is 10 seconds. It's way too long. And let me explain why it's way too long. If I am a killer and 2 survivors are running together. I then hit 1 survivor, downing them, and the second survivor that they are near runs around in corner, hides, does whatever, gets away. I then pick up a survivor and take them to the nearest hook. That right there in turn will give that survivor enough time to either follow you and interrupt you on your way to the hook, and or immediately unhook them using that endurance effect. So in that 10-second span, you're going to down his buddy, pick his buddy up, and hook his buddy, and his buddy's going to have enough time to go over and get an immediate unhook. And because they still have that endurance effect, they're going to be able to go for an immediate unhook. You're going to hit that person, and the endurance effect's going to extend for that little bit of hit or that speed boost that they get, and both of them are going to essentially escape. Now here's the kicker. If both of them are running that particular perk and they weren't together when they both got injured, like they both don't have the effect right now, they both have their abilities primed, especially in an SWF that knows distancing. Survivor gets hit, goes down. You're 30 meters away. You're going to run over. It's going to take you 6 seconds to get over there, which generally is about the amount of time it takes for a killer to hook if they're undisturbed. If they knock you down, pick you up, and hook you, it takes generally about 6 seconds. If they're disturbed, it'll take around 8 seconds or so. 6 seconds, they have that survivor on the hook. Right about the time they're hooking is about the time you're arriving on scene. You then run directly in, unhook that survivor if you're injured. Killer hits you, activating the borrowed time, but then also activates a pseudo borrowed time on the survivor that you unhooked. That survivor then runs the other survivor that has now a borrowed time charge, and if that other survivor was running borrowed time, now has 2 endurance hits. And I don't know if the game's going to process that as just deleting 1 endurance hit or extending the duration of the endurance hit that you have from borrowed time and adding them together. Or one might override the other one. Who knows? If it doesn't override, that's 2 endurance hits now. You're going to slap that guy once, getting rid of the first endurance hit from this perk. Then you're going to slap him again, and then he's going to speed off into the distance if you caught him. In game, that's absolutely filthy. If you're hook camping or trying to get that one last kill and there's 2 survivors left and they're running that particular combo, you can't down them. It's impossible. First guy you hit's gonna get the speed boost in GTFO and also get a borrowed time trigger. Onto the second guy that's gonna have, an endurance effect. The second guy is gonna get the endurance effect from the perk, then they're gonna get the stackable borrowed time, or whichever one's greater. And they're gonna zoom on out to the exit gate. And it's going to be almost impossible, unless they have to run all the way across the map, almost impossible to get that down. So the point I'm trying to get to is 10 seconds is way too much. You want to cut that down to about either 6 or 8 seconds. To prevent overlapping of perks and, just general exploits. Like I said, survivors move at 4 meters per second. So it's going to take them 6 seconds to move 30 meters. If they're not running any other perks or anything like that. So just kind of keep that in mind, activation times and things like that. But it's going to take generally 8 seconds to get from 30 meters all the way to 0 meters, or wherever from the epicenter of that is. Dying state, get rid of that. The one last thing I would like to add in is the cooldown time. This is a very niche activation. Cooldown time wise, I don't know how I feel about it. I want to say if you want to add it in like so, all of this should only be able to activate one time. One and done. Still remove the dying state. That doesn't need to be there. Between the boons and all the other perks that pick you up, that don't need to be incorporated into this perk. You're already protecting every survivor around you, essentially trading the health states you lost to other survivors. There's no point in doing that. Cooldown wise, if you want to run a perk like this, I would make it a one and done style perk. Why, you ask? Because of bullies. Imagine a 4-person survive with friends party. You pick up one of their party members and you're going to get a hook. One survivor stands there, blocks your path, you hit them. Another survivor stands there, blocks your path, you hit them. Lather, rinse, repeat. You've hit all 4 survivors. And keep in mind that after the first person gets hit, which is only the wasted, is the only waste of the perk, is the first person who's healthy that takes a hit. Is the only waste. That second person that goes in and takes a hit, the first person then comes back around, blocks the killer with that borrowed time activation that they have. Takes a hit, goes away. Why is this good and bad? One, there's no deep wound type timer like borrowed time, so you can take as many hits as possible. You don't have to worry about mending or anything. It's just one hit and go. The person, or all of them running this perk, can pick themselves up from the dying state an unlimited amount of times running this perk. So even in the worst case scenario, one person gets down and the killer's furious and chasing everybody else. If you're running this correct set of perks and running the boons and all of that, you can get yourself up fairly quickly and continue on doing what you're doing. Plus, somebody running this is probably definitely going to run Soul Guard. So if they do get back up, they get another hit in protection. So, imagine yourself as a killer knocking a survivor down and having each and every survivor, except for the first person, that's wasted, that's one wasted use, but each and every person taking a second hit and trying to get to any type of hook. That's not going to happen. You are going to be absolutely positively livid. Hitting the first survivor. A second survivor comes in the way, gets hit. The first survivor then goes in the way, takes a hit. The second survivor gets an activation, takes a hit. And it all lasts 10 seconds per activation, because it says nothing about stacking here. So every time a survivor gets hit, they're giving that 10 seconds of endurance to all other injured survivors again, and it's applying the effect again and again and again and again and again. And about time everybody goes through and takes all of these hits, and you've dropped the other survivor, and things just keep, cycling. You're going to have wasted half, if not even more than half, of this cooldown time. And then after, a couple of seconds, it's all going to be ready again for another round. Because you got to keep in mind, even if you do get a hook, by the time you chase a survivor and get a hook, everybody else is going to be ready for the next round. So, I mean, all they need to do is just heal up while one person runs killer, and then they can run the entire rigmarole over again. For those of you that aren't understanding what I'm saying, let's go survivor A, B, C, and D. A is getting hooked. Bam, they're on the hook. No, A's not even on the hook. A just initially went down. They're on the ground, they're laying there. Killer then picks up A. B runs over and takes a hit. He is now injured. C comes in front of the killer, body blocks, and takes a hit. As soon as C is hit, they give a protective status effect to A. A then runs back in and takes another hit. But because they got hit and they have that perk, it activates it for C again. C can then run back. Well, actually, no. C has to wait for D. D will then come in and take a hit. Well, no, because it's 10 seconds. So, no, D wants to wait till last. I'm trying to make this efficient as possible. But no, D wants to wait till last. So, A's getting carried. B takes a hit. Bam. C comes in, body blocks, takes a hit. Bam. C gives the activation to A. A comes back in, takes another hit. Bam. Because now there's an injured survivor, his perk activates, giving it back to B. B runs in, takes a hit. Bam. Okay, now B and C need to go and heal at this point. Well, they need to just stop and heal near the hook. Or do something with their lives. D then runs up. Partial heal, don't fully heal. D then runs up, takes a hit. He body blocks, takes a hit. As soon as he gets hit, B and C now have that protection for 10 seconds again. So B then goes and takes another protection hit and body blocks. C goes, takes another protection hit and body blocks. By this time, the killer's already dropped A. So they're going to end up getting one of those 10 seconds, which they can then stop and use like a borrowed time and take a protection hit for the rest of the people to get away. And all of this time and all of these different activations, D's is going to be unlike a 70-second cooldown. C's is going to be on like a 20-second cooldown. B's is going to be on a, I don't know, like 30 or 40-second cooldown. And then A is going to be protected by that particular thing, and they're going to use theirs to give everybody else another endurance effect. And it's just going to keep spreading throughout survivors. Essentially, you're going to have every survivor staggered on their cooldowns. And as long as they remember their roles, you know, when they need to go, which, I mean, teams are going to figure this out. They're just going to continue to exploit rock bottom to essentially never allow a killer to hook. That's just body blocking. Now add in, you know, decisive strike and other boon totems and flashlights and flashbangs and things like this. Killers will no longer be able to get hooks because of one game breaking perk. Rock bottom. And that is why 10 seconds isn't that good. It isn't feasible. Last resort. Last resort. On Death Hook, gain one last chance through 5, 4, 3 hard skill checks. If for each skill check hit, add an additional 15 seconds on the hook. This can only be activated once per game. So you're trying to add, wait, why would you want less skill checks and then more time? I mean, I understand the scaling and all of that, how it still keeps the number positive, but you would think it would be 3, 4, 5 skill checks, and then less time over here to keep it linear, as opposed to one lane or inverse, one's going down and the other one's going up. It's like, I understand that 5 times 5 is 25, 4 times 10 is 40, and then 3 times 15 is 45. I understand that scaling, but it doesn't make sense to decrease skill checks per benefit, or for benefit. If anything, I would leave it 3 skill checks, and I would have the scaling being tremendously difficult, and then hard, and have the scaling there, and then have them each add time based off of that, instead of downscaling, which, remember what I always say, you shouldn't have 2 different things scaling unless your perk absolutely requires it, or has different things associated with it. In this case, the skill checks themselves can be tiered. This can be left at 3, this can be left at probably 5. Because there's no way that you need 45 additional seconds on hook. 45 seconds on death hook. Well, it's not going to be on death hook, because on death hook you just die. That's the end of it. It'll be on your struggle phase. So I know you're trying to add in the ability for survivors to struggle on the 3rd hook, but no. Increase everything on the 2nd hook during the struggle phase. You cannot change a core aspect of the game, a core mechanic of the game. 3 chances, that's all you get. So changing all of this to the 2nd hook, you're extending the timer for 45 seconds. Then you have camaraderie or kinship now, which gives you 30 seconds extra. So now you have just like a minute and a half of just extra hook time. That is a phase and a half of extra time that you're giving yourself, or extra 50% time sink running these 2 perks together. There's essentially enough time for you to just, if the killer's hook camping you, it's enough time for you to essentially, and I keep using the word essentially because it's not a guarantee, but complete every gen in the whole lobby and then go and save this person. Well, 5 gens and then go save the person. Granting the ability to struggle on hook the 3rd time, increasing chances from 4% to 10%. No. Just no. You don't know how many killers you're going to make rage quit if they finally hook a survivor for the 3rd time, and that survivor just jump back off the hook. 3rd time is my time. It's where I get my advantage from. If I'm running in a high-level lobby and some guy jumps off the hook the 3rd time, because, I mean, you can run Deliverance to get that free, unhook, then this perk will give you an even more free unhook, essentially. Like, no. And then you can struggle an extra 45 seconds. So that's 45 seconds more time that I'm going to have to spend on this particular, or every survivor, except for the last one, in the game. You're extending the game's time by so long. So long. Killers are going to be unable to play. There's going to be no point in playing the game as a killer anymore, because survivors have 3 struggle phases. If anything, this perk should do somewhere along the opposite, to where you die on your second hook, but then your first hook, you're guaranteed a whole bunch of positive effects and a whole bunch of other bullcrap on top of it that's worth the exchange of losing your second hook, or at least your ability to or taking away your ability to unhook yourself the first hook and changing that to something, or losing something negative in exchange for a huge boom positive. Last perk, closing thin. I think it's supposed to be closing in is the thing, and they thought it said closing thin, but it might be closing thin, I don't know. The killer's POV is reduced by 20% when they are 20 meters from you. Why? When taking a protection hit while injured, pick yourself up immediately after stunning the killer for 2 seconds. This activates exhausted for 80 seconds. When taking a protection hit while injured, pick yourself up immediately. Why not just give yourself the endurance effect as opposed to going down and then getting back up? And then why is the killer stunned for 2 seconds? Because you elected to take a protection hit while you were injured. You're the one being the dummy here. Why should killer have any type of negative for that? Just give yourself the endurance status effect, but I mean there's also perks and things like that that boost the survivor's speed, etc., etc. And there's also Medal of Man, which you have to take, what, like 3 protection hits or something like that before it activates. So, no. No. Remember what I said? Everything started so great. He revolutionized the way Dead by Daylight was going to be. And then ended out with all of this. Now, if I had to, give it a scaling on whether or not I would pass this killer for Dead by Daylight, it's not up to me, but if I did, I would say no. Unfortunately, this killer doesn't make it. The perks, unfortunately, really don't make it. The system that you're trying to bring in, I admit, is amazing, but I'm no longer in that, happy, holy crap, this needs to be put into the game as soon as possible mood. I've had time to mellow out. You no longer have that nice, that nice, whoo, yeah feeling. That's why you should put powers first. Leave whatever you have the best, save the best for last. Blow them away with the power, make them go whoo. Then bring forth that system to being, the grand finale that puts the nail in the coffin to make you stand up and clap your hands and go bravo. Leave that for last. And then the survivor aspect, I mean, it is what it is. Even if it's bad, they're not going to really burn you for it, as opposed to having things mixed up. Anyway, not sure about the last perk, since everyone would choose to have their tier 1 be exposed, incapacitated, or madness. So you just voted the entire thing, not a particular part. Gotcha. That's how it quotes. Not sure about the last, because everyone would choose their tier 1 to be exposed, incapacitated, or madness. Just because everyone would choose something to be something doesn't mean that that's that. You're a bandwagoner, sir. I think I've actually reviewed some of your stuff before. This is a very ignorant statement. It's why when people have debates and arguments, people are like, well, the most popular option is always right. No, the most popular option is just the one that most people agree with. It doesn't make it right. Just because somebody disagrees with you doesn't make them wrong, doesn't make them evil, doesn't make them bad. It's just a disagreement. Just because everyone would choose their tier 1 to be exposed, incapacitated, or madness doesn't mean that that's the right way to go about things. If anything, me personally, I'm tired of seeing everyone introduce the same things for their tier 1s or tier 2s or tier 3s. I get tired of seeing the same thing because it becomes too new killer, same perk ideas, or new killer, same power tier ideas, and nothing's different because everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody has their tier 1 exposed, incapacitated, or madness. Very ignorant statement, and if I could downvote this, I surely would. I'm not going to reply and create undue friction in the forum, but that's one of the most ignorant statements I've ever heard in my life. And if you are a bandwagoner, quit being mediocre, take the time, and think for yourself. If you disagree with the popular opinion, then say so. Don't just go along just to go along. That makes you even wronger than the people because you see that there's something different and something you don't agree with, but you go with it anyway. You're even dumber than they are. Stupid is as stupid does, Lieutenant Dan. It's pretty stupid. This is only meant for the effects that go, or effects, it doesn't matter, that go to it underneath it would be blindness, oblivious, and hemorrhage. How it works, you can choose between these 3 in whatever order. Exactly. They don't all go together. It's changes between which thing, which is why I thought this was revolutionary. I don't know, he didn't get it. I got it. But I mean, I guess I do a lot of reviews and things like that and have to use critical thinking skills as opposed to people that just act on emotion. Anybody gives you an instant response generally are freaking idiotic people, or at least highly emotional people, and just kind of go with the flow, which sometimes it's not bad if somebody asks you something that you can process very quickly. If your child comes to you and say, hey, can I go play outside, and you know it's a nice sunny day, you know you've been out there, everything's pretty cool, okay, go, you know. Somebody asks you, hey man, can I drink this? And you're like, alright, yeah, sure. Quick decision, easy things. If somebody's giving you a concept and they say, hey, do you think this is a good idea? And you reply back immediately. I mean, you're reading it, you read it through, you're thinking about it, you know, you go through all of that, and they say, hey, you think my concept's good? And you go, yeah, it's good. You're a freaking idiot and you should be fired on the spot and sent out. I should immediately say you are demoted and or fired, send you out the front door and pull somebody in that'll actually give actual advice and actual critique or actually talk about what they're asking. Do you think this is a good concept? Yeah, I think it's a good concept. Yeah, I think it'll revolutionize Dead by Daylight and it'll give the perk system a lot more meaning. There won't be any more dead perks because you can get whatever perks you want and balance them whichever way you want. I also don't think that this particular perk or that particular perk is very strong, weak, etc., etc., and you give them feedback that they ask for. If you don't want to, be like, you know, I'm not really in the mood, or I'm not really feeling very comfortable with your concept to give you any type of, you know, constructive feedback. You know, give me a little more time with it, or just straight up, I don't really want to look at your concept. Be like, it looks good, but it's too long for me to read, or it's too convoluted, or, I just don't want to do that right now. And at the moment, I don't really feel like doing concepts. Ask me again on another day. Anything. Anything. You don't want to do it? Don't just say something to be nice, because you're just going to piss them off. You being honest and saying that you don't want to do it right now will rub them better than you just saying, yeah, man, it's good, and then not saying anything else. It's the first thing they're going to think is, well, he's just saying that shit just to be nice. Or they're going to ask you, well, what's good about it? And then you're going to be forced to go into detail. So you better hope you at least have something in your brain. He then fixes himself, and everything's fine. It's fine to make an ignorant statement as long as you take the time to correct said ignorant statement. If you set it and forget it, then that's where the problems arise. He starts off bad, but ends up good, and he comes to an understanding. He did this by making his thoughts clear. It's still an ignorant statement, I still stick with what I say, but he's making his thoughts clear on what he's read, what he's comprehended, and he's giving him, albeit feedback on something very weird, but he's still giving him feedback better than, oh, it's good, or it's bad, or something like that. He's giving him feedback on something, and he's like, I'm not sure about this, because this, that, and that. He then says, oh no, you're misunderstanding, it's this and that. And he goes, oh, okay. Situation solved. Easy. Good communication. Easily done. Easily solved. Not that hard to do. Anyways, I have to get ready to dual stream Splinter Cell on YouTube and Twitch. And I guess I'll give you the behind the scenes on what I actually have to do, because I can't show that during that dual stream. Because the way that Streamlabs is set up, I have to game capture things now as opposed to my recording off of my AMD software. Only reason I'm showing this is because the stream keys and all that are hidden. So when I first come on here, I can click live and go live to both right now. I don't know how my computer would handle that, because I would be streaming straight to YouTube, then straight to YouTube again on a second stream, and then at Twitch through this program. This is what I see. I can adjust desktop audio, what you're hearing. I can adjust my mic audio. This is separate from me. So if you guys say it's too loud, I can come here and I can keep my stuff blazing. Everything's fine. My Windows crashed, by the way. That's what that was. Make sure I'm still alive. Yeah. So I guess it was just a taskbar crash this time, not necessarily Windows. Nah, it's probably Windows, because that crashes a lot in Windows 11. Good job, Microsoft. But I can adjust my microphone volume for you. I can adjust desktop audio that you hear. I have different scenes. This is what you guys see until I put a game there, then the game shows up. This is all you'll see. You'll see this, or you'll see the game that's up there. So when I'm out here doing things here and looking at everything else, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing this particular screen. Like, chat box wise, you'll see chat here. If an alert pops up, it'll pop up top. And then this itself is the game capture, where the game will sit. You guys see all the alerts and everything. I do not. Only thing I see is the game that I'm playing. And the thing that I'm supposed to be able to see, oh, it's this hotkey. This would be where the chat comes. This is an overlay. If I'm playing a game, I can pop up this overlay. The problem is that the overlay never works. Don't want to move that. I can also make this solid, like this, and I can move this around wherever I need it to be during the stream. And then make it opaque again. If this would show me chat, I could just have this up the entire time, and while I play Splinter Cell, anybody that messages me, I could see it. Unfortunately, it's in beta, and it doesn't work. At least not for Splinter Cell. So unfortunately, throughout the entire time, I cannot check chat. And because of the way things are set up, if I get pushed back to my actual desktop, all of the programs I use break. Completely break. And the game crashes and lag starts happening. And it becomes just absolutely positively terrible. So if you're talking to me during game, unfortunately, till I finish session, I'm not going to be able to reply back to you. Or if I'm lucky enough to check during session and it doesn't just completely blow up my stream, or blow up the game, I might be able to. So you have the actual scene itself, starting scene, where you'll see starting soon when I first start. I click on these manually, by the way. You don't do it automatically. Be right back if I'm leaving. Ending soon if I'm talking about, wrapping up stream. Intermission. This is all I see. I don't see the preview of chat being here. I don't see the content that's being covered or any of this. I just see a black box and a red box. Now I have the option to add, well, a whole bunch of other things, widgets, the tip tracker, donation goals, credits, instant replay, the media share if I decide to do that. Like, there's a lot of things that I can add. But throughout all of this, I can add a preview to the scene, but it's going to be a scene over a scene. So that's not a good thing to do. What I need to do is just create a completely different scene that I can use, that I can see everything. But I don't know how. But yeah, all kinds of different things that I can add in source-wise, different widgets, etc., etc. So let's say I wanted to add in a tip tracker that shows the most recent donations and all of that. I would click that, add source. It would just show me a box of where I want to put it, and then I could just shove it on up there. So let's say donation goal. And we are going to say new controller. And go $20. Add source. You then get to set up the goal amount. New controller. The goal amount, we're going to be looking at $20. Starting amount's going to be 0. And after I don't know. Let's say New Year's. 12, 31, 20, 21. You hit start goal. Bam. This is what it's gonna look like. The crap that, you know, you guys always see on Twitch and things like that. New controller, gives you money, 25 days to go. The end of the year. $0 is current, and it can go all the way up to 20. I can change this, I can adjust this, I can make this longer, wider, shorter, whatever. I can add a whole bunch of crap to it. I can fill this up as much as I want, etc., etc. So we hit done. Now I have to map it. Here's the widget that everybody sees. I can then take this here. Make this a little bit bigger. Here. The alert box. It's going to pop things right here. Chat is over here. The intervention is the entire box itself. That's the picture that you're seeing that says whatever. And now I have a... I mean, I guess I can move this up here. Doesn't really matter. And there you go. Any alerts that come through are going to be here. Well, I don't even have an actual preview of the screen during the intervention. Nothing's shown. Alerts just pop up here. Chat box is there. And now I have that set there. So I might actually... No, grabbing the alert box. Grab... Oh, I have it locked. Once you have something situated where you want it to, if you lock it, it makes it to where you can't accidentally move it. So, yeah. Very good. Very, very good. I want you... Stop double clicking. Weirdo. I want the alerts to be like here. And I'm actually gonna add the source of where's the event list? There it is. Yep. That's it. The event list will track subscriptions, members, super chats, donations, merch. Max events at a time, sure. 4 sounds. Actually, 4 sounds terrible. Let's go 10. Sure. Font settings, don't care. Visual, I mean, I can change how all of this looks. Not too worried about it. You take the event list here. You shrink it down. Check the alert box, which I mean I can bring all the way over here. And extend. Take the event box. Move it up here. I don't think they're overlapping. And then lock them into place. So now my intermission screen will show you the recent events that happen on screen. Here, the tracker goal tracker, the alert box for anybody who donates, members at, or joining things like that. Chat box there, and then, well, this is the whole intermission. Jesus Christ. I want to say intervention, and when I'm trying to say intermission, and I keep adding them together. So there's that particular thing. When I come to this screen, that's all that I see. Is this exactly how it is, this exactly how it is, that exactly how it is. And then I can see the game as it's going. I mean, Splinter Cell is an old game, so it actually pauses when I back out, it just freeze frames and I see a picture of it. But if I'm playing like crab games, for example, I can see that the game is still running and all that and see what's happening. So I can see a preview of everything, but it's a moving preview, unlike Splinter Cell. When I'm not watching it, it just freezes or automatically pauses. And then from here, I can see the mini feed here, you know, people that subscribe and things like that. But there's no way for me to check chat. The only way for me to have checked chat would be to download OBS itself and then incorporate my Streamlabs into OBS. I've used OBS in the past and it did not work for me at all. Everything was laggy and choppy, and OBS relies on you having two screens for the most part because it has a lot of extra gobbledygook in it that you can do. And I just couldn't figure out how to use it effectively for what I was trying to do. Granted, back then, all I was trying to do was make Rocket League videos. That's it. You don't need anything special to make a Rocket League video. You just play. So, yeah, for Rocket League videos, OBS is kind of a little bit overkill. I wasn't streaming it or doing any, well, I mean, I was streaming it, but I wasn't like mainstream or anything like that, so I didn't need any of the extra stuff that pops up. Yeah. That's just how it be. Just that I have an alert box here. Be right back. I mean, I guess I can incorporate another chat box here. Why not? I'm not gonna be there. Yeah. If I click add new source, what are you gonna do now? Alert box. You can take up. Stop it. That half of the screen. Chat box. You can take up this portion of the screen. Lock all of that down. Oh, yeah. And that's literally how that's going to look. I won't be able to see it, but there you go. So there. Intermission screen will now show a donation tracker and a whole bunch of other crap. Ending soon, I'm going to keep blank, because obviously it's the end. I don't really need to show anything off or anything like that. I'm going to generally just be wrapping everything down. Be right back. Should show alerts and chat, because, well, I'm going to just be right back. People can chat amongst themselves, say hi to everybody on stream, you know, do whatever. Starting soon. The alerts, I don't mind popping up because, well, you know, I'm going to be here looking at them and things like that and seeing them on screen. People like to see their alerts. And then during the scene, there's webcam alerts, game capture, well, that's the whole screen itself, and then chat box. Again, I don't see anything. The only way for me to see chat is from this little window right here that doesn't actually pick up chat. So those of you who message me, I apologize. When I'm playing Splinter Cell, there's nothing I can do. And that's it, streaming wise, to start Splinter Cell. Now, Splinter Cell in general, let me open Steam. Last time I streamed, I forgot to open Steam, so I just had to, that's where that WizPig music came from. Generally, I was only going to use it one day as kind of a blast from the past and see how it worked, but I forgot to open up Steam last time, so I played WizPig music and just kind of went through it to try to get everything situated. I even had to mute my mic for a little bit there because I was like, shit, I forgot to open up Steam. And then I had to go through and do what I'm doing now. Go here. Yes, friends. Go down to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, right click it, go to Properties, come down to Controller, and I actually have to turn this off. Either go to use default settings, which will make it try to use an Xbox controller, which it doesn't have the triggers for. Once the game actually loads up and I, reload my game and I'm in game, I have to pause the game, come back here, and then enable it, and then go back into the game in order to do what I do. I'm not going to show you all the other crap that I had to remap and everything else because it was annoying. Actually, I can. I'm not going to go into my Steam settings because I don't want to mess anything up. But essentially, here's the Chaos Theory mapping that I had to do. So for all of the different D-pad buttons, action buttons, A, trigger, all of that, which these are the buttons, I had to go through. I had to name every single one of these. Left sticks, right sticks, I had to reset all of that. I had to unbind all of these because WAS and D is for the computer and I want to use the joysticks. And do all of this. Then on top, I had to go back through and you can see what each button is mapped to each particular thing. And on some of these, they have dual functions, so you have to set up these functions as to, like, this one, for example, might be one. Yeah. So this has two functions. Mouse 4 is scroll wheel up, mouse 5 is scroll wheel down. And I don't know why the hold's there, but I mean I know why the hold's there because it used to be on left bumper and I changed it to scroll wheel. Before this said hold left bumper, this will activate, and then if you tap it again, this will activate. Now this doesn't have to be there, but mouse 4, actually I can just delete this now. No, like actually delete that. That's one of the reasons why when I was testing it, by the way, it kept zooming in on its own. That was the problem right there that I just fixed, so I guess I could swim. That was the problem right there that I just fixed, so I guess I could switch to this now if I had to. So if I scroll, my mouse will. It's going to do whatever it's set to, which is zoom in. On cycle, like, I let go and then I cycle it again, which I guess I can just show you what cycle means. Slots past the cycle action will be executed on next button press. Multiple cycles can be added in order to create partitions in a sequence. So, for instance, if I scroll up, mouse wheel 4, it's going to zoom in. The next time I do anything, it's going to zoom out. So if I scroll mouse wheel 4, it zooms in. I can scroll mouse wheel 4 again, and it'll zoom out. Or I can scroll mouse wheel in. Well, what it's saying is the second time I scroll mouse wheel 4, it's cycling the mouse wheel 5. I'm trying to think about how to explain that except for the other than the words that are there, because this explains it a lot. So The first time that I press mouse wheel 4 or scroll up, it activates mouse wheel 4. The second time that I scroll mouse wheel 4, it cycles and becomes mouse wheel 5. And that's how cycling works in this particular thing. So instead of scrolling up to zoom in and then scrolling mouse wheel 5 back down to zoom out, I can just scroll mouse wheel up both times. Same as like clicking, R3 or something in some games to pull up scope, or zoom in and out when you're in scope. That's essentially the way I set that up, to try to save some room. This allows me to make mouse wheel 5 and a whole bunch of other things. If you noticed, I have control and mouse wheel 4 on this. So, you come to this. Actually, this is just wrong, because control here is set to my inventory button. And I don't want this to mouse 4 in the inventory button. So I actually am missing a button here, and I don't think it would be cycle, because you don't want it to, it would be, hold? Yeah. It would be hold. Insert a hold action. Slots after the action will only be executed if the button is held past the interval specified. So you would want to hold on control, because when you hold control it pulls up your actual inventory. And if you're aimed down sights, you would want to have the regular tap of control go to mouse 4 or zoom in. So mouse 4 should be first, and then hold should be on control. So anytime that I press control, it's going to mouse 4, and then if I hold it, it's going to pull up my inventory. You're going to have to use multiple of these, by the way. This is just the base. If you really want to define it, you're going to have to put the mouse 4 on its own particular thing, because you're going to actually have a cycle and a hold mixed together into this to create an actual function. But I'm not going to go into advanced functions, because I just downloaded this program a little bit ago. I understand the majority of it because, well, I can do coding. I learned C++, like I actually took the test and all of that and got the certification. But Java, I've only dabbled in. I have enough to, like make make mod packs and stuff like that. Like, well, not make mod packs, but code things in Minecraft. Like, if I wanted furnaces to shoot out chickens or something like that, or turn something into something else, or make something weird, I can easily go into the JavaScript, write a script, put it into an actual Minecraft folder or server folder, depending on where you want to run it, and then make those actions activate with the command or when a particular block's placed. I can do that. Just don't ask me to do anything advanced. If you make a mod pack and you're like, hey man, can you code this for me? Probably not. Probably not. I can only do things that are already there, the terminology that I know, per JavaScript, and I can make things do other things. But I cannot program or code your entire mod pack for you. It's not going to happen. Not that advanced. If you want to drop a TNT on everybody's head in the lobby, hit me up though. I got you. But anyway, that's kind of how that particular program's set up. And that was for the first Splinter Cell. I made one for Chaos Theory because I figured I would have to, but nope. Steam takes care of it. So this is off. Exit out of that. Now all there's left to do is start up Chaos Theory, get to the start of the next mission, re-enable the controls, jump back in, and then I'm ready to play. I actually didn't even plan on streaming Splinter Cell tonight. I don't know why I keep talking about it. I planned on streaming Rocket League because I ain't played it in forever. But I love me some Splinter Cell. So I'm in the mood for Rocket League, so I might actually change. Minecrafting, then DVD reviews. I said nothing about Splinter Cell except for what I was talking. I think I'm going to change the docket for the night to Rocket League. One, there's another guy playing the Splinter Cell games on Twitch. He has, you know, a decent following of people. And we tend to stream around about the same time, which causes, you know, the general issues. He is the higher streamer, and I'm trying to stream at the same time he's streaming. I'm not going to get anybody pulled in to actually watch me play anything, because he's the mainstream one here. The best thing I could possibly get is maybe a raid or something after he gets done playing for the day. But I mean, it's Splinter Cell. The first Splinter Cell. The first Splinter Cell, as you saw, was for the most part linear. There's no way somebody's gonna watch him play the mission and come and watch me play the mission unless he focuses completely on stealth and he tryhards. Then coming to me would be kind of like a breath of fresh air, because I'm just kind of scuffed running around doing whatever I want to do. So I mean, I guess I could see it in that aspect, but I mean, the way I play it, it's just kind of like Panther stealth. Well, nowadays how I play it, because I mean, I've seen everything multiple times. I just want to kind of run through it real quick just to get that nostalgic feeling, laugh at the, you know, the comedies, things like that, and continue on my way as I'm trucking. It don't have to be done all immediately. This can be throughout the year or something like that. This is why I'm not in a very big hurry about it. Anyway, I'm about ready to end this stream and hop over and do a Rocket League stream. It's been 4 hours, almost 5 hours here. I'm going to, I guess I'm going to have to go without training today. So I'm going to play. I'm going to be rusty. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. Just keep that in mind. I'll just save all my comments for when I start the other stream. Thank you for anybody stopping by. It's another successful day of Dead by Daylight reviews and whatever else I did. Oh, Minecraft and Dead by Daylight reviews. Thank you for stopping by. And even between streams, take a little bit of time to supplement your lifestyle. I'll see you in a bit. Or next time. Or never. Who knows?